Nataka kuona kama itabaki nini ama itafanya nini. Hey, you are allowed. Unaongeza ya nyumbani. You can shift kidogo. Shift. Ya kidole yako inasikika tete. Mic check. My God, you fit to screen. Fit to screen. For sure. What's up? Asiwendi huko mimi. Good afternoon and welcome to the final day of the Minto Sevens. We have the first cup quarterfinals. This is Kisii Derby, pitting host Kisii RFC taking on Kisii Kifaru. Remember, Kisii RFC ended day one with Max going away winning their matches, and I'll be running you through some of the games that they raised and the result that they got, and they are the ones open today's schedule with Kisii Derby from the same hometown. Kisii Kifaru in position at the moment. They benefit and they'll be looking to grind and get something early on in this encounter. Now they are into Kisii RFC's zone, shifting the ball to the right. Change of direction, cuts inside, leaves two markers beaten, offloads, goes into contact, a tackle is made. Still in possession. Nice offload. That is Kisii Kifaru still in possession. Kisii Kifaru early on well. They get that line out almost on that 22-meter line. They are looking to get that early chance to get on the scoreboard as Kisii RFC steals that line out. Let's see how they're going to make use of it, as a switch of play gains them several meters. The referee is okay with the play. Ball availed, shifted to the left side. Referee allows play to go on. Kisii RFC now in possession. He cuts inside, goes into contact. A change of now direction. He sends his man flying, offloads to the supporting player. Referee playing advantage. And Kisii with a beautiful play, and they are racing for the opening try. Stumbles, but he has enough energy to go all the way. Crosses over for the opening try for Kisii RFC, with a conversion to come. Remember, this is a Kisii derby pitting Kisii RFC, who are the hosts, and Kisii Kifaru. The young man from Cardinal Otunga bangs in that conversion, pushing the scores by 2 extra points. And maybe this is the start that Kisii Rugby Club will have dreamed of. If you are with us yesterday, remember I informed you that we have several teams in this region who are now playing rugby. That is Kisii Kifaru, we have Kisii RFC, we have Kisii Polytechnic, and Rongo are not far from this place, leaving this region with a number of good teams. Kisii Kifaru now with a chance to enjoy possession again. The first half, early on in this half, they had possession, a fair share of possession, but could not make it count. Now they visit that half once again. Fumbles while picking that ball. I thought I spotted a knock-on, but the referee is okay with it. He opts to attack the blind side, but the referee spots a forward pass. And he stops play to allow a Kisii Kifaru player to have his shoelace tied. This is the opening half of the first quarterfinal of the Minto 7 2025 schedule. This tournament returning on schedule after 2023. Kisii RFC winger turns his marker inside out, and now he's racing clear. Is he going to give Kisii the second try? Yes, he does, as the hooter goes, signaling halftime, meaning after that conversion, they'll be going to the coaches to give them the final thoughts on the opening half. Kisii RFC, now we can see they have 1 foot in the semis. Should these scores remain this way, or should they be able to improve on it and add more? You are free to share your thoughts on who you think is going to win this tournament and your prediction on specific matches. Let us know where you're watching from, and I'll be able to read some of the comments and your feedback. Which team do you think is going to win this tournament? Let us know on on our comment section or on our social media platforms. And keep inviting friends and family to enjoy this shorter version of the game. As I promised, I said I'll give you how these teams got here to the semis, to the quarters, I mean, if you're just joining us. Then Kisii RFC managed a maximum, or managed to pick maximum points on the opening day, winning all their matches, including a 19-0 shutout of Sigalagala RFC. And they had earlier on beaten the other pool opponents. As that kick is well raised. Yes, the other opponents that Kisii RFC managed to beat yesterday were Kisii Poly, as the man in jersey number 4 cuts inside, and his teammate points that we need that center post try. Kisii RFC, currently coached by Neville Lumiti, dive over for another try to push the scores to 21-0. Yes, they beat Kisii Poly in the opener yesterday. In the second round, they managed to beat Rongo RFC 26-7, and the final match saw them beat Sigalagala 19-0. For Kisii Kifaru, they beat Oyugis in the final match, while they had beaten Homeboys 21-5, and then their opening match saw them lose to Rugby on the road 45-0. This is Scrummage TV. Remember to like, subscribe, share this live stream and invite friends to join us, because we have crucial clashes coming up. And a number of teams looking good early on. Big Bazu says he's watching all the way from Nairobi, and he says Kisii RFC are cooking. Yes, they're doing a good job under the leadership of Neville Lumiti. We've seen the young man lead the team to 2 straight wins in the KRU Championship. After 6 years of absence, they returned with a bang, beating Mwamba RFC, who would have thought that they will win that match. But they did it, as this man in jersey 21 tries to burst through the defense. Kisii have more numbers on the outside, only to drag and pass, and he does that clearly. They have another try, moving to 26 points with a conversion to come. What a way to start your quarterfinal match. If you're just joining us, this is Scrummage TV, Scrummage Africa TV. And remember to keep on subscribing, liking and inviting friends. You'll be able to also catch more matches on this channel before the year ends. Another restart for Kisii. Offload, but lands into the man in jersey 6 in the headgear, and he will be racing for another try under the post, pushing the scores to 31. With 33 points, it's clear they are racing away, and the man got scared that he'll be tackled and left the ball, giving advantage to Kisii RFC. After fumbles, we go back to the initial infringement. A quick tap, jersey 10 crosses over to push the scores further to 38 points. With a conversion to come, Kisii RFC are on the run for the biggest win here, as they hit 40 points past Kisii Kifaru. more exciting matches coming up. Just to give you a run through the quarterfinal pairings.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kisii RFC and yet another fight to extend the lead to Kisii RFC 45. Kisii 55.
$45 points. 45 points, but that try was a spectacular. Right from kickoff. Right from kickoff. And he was able to claim and rest all the way. What a handoff there. Sends jersey number 21 flying to the ground. That is the beauty of sevens. Yes, as I promised that I'm give you the fixtures. Winam already in the holding area, ready to take on Kisii University, and then we'll have Rugby on the road taking on Sigalagala, Spikers taking on Kisii RFC. Hello. Malik. Oh, wait. The commentator sasa. Mama wananyasi. Very ticket. When did I be? I think when you're here, but just a shida ni what sasa went in ile nyasi. The comment is just idea game. But yani after game plays on that. Kisii RFC have had a spectacular run in this, and I was giving you the updates on matches to expect. Winam taking on Kisii University, Rugby on the road will take on Sigalagala, and Spikers who managed to play, not to play yesterday because of walkovers in their pool, have a date against Kisii RFC, who got into the quarters after a win and a draw in that open pool. A kick by Kisii University, Kisii Kifaru I mean, well claimed by Kisii RFC. A change of direction onto that jersey number 4, who scored a very spectacular try. And now they are swinging it to the left, hoping to use the spaces on the outside, but he's met with a shoulder, and they are able to keep the ball alive for another try. They enter the 50s. First quarterfinal done, and the hosts are heading to the semis of the competition, as Winam, who also had a brilliant day yesterday, prepares to take on the pitch. For Winam, they earned a quarterfinal ticket after mixed but effective pool run, where they edged Kisii University 14 They edged Kisii University 14-12 in the opener, played against Kisii RFC, where they drew 7-7 in a Kisumu derby, and later on took on Keroka, where they won 33-7. Kisii University obviously qualifying for this as the third best loser. And now the beauty of the sport is each and every time you have that second chance. They have a second chance to turn around things and head to the quarters, to the semis, but they must go past the Winam outfit. Just waiting for the referees to take onto the pitch. We had a tight encounter, Winam winning it in the last minute yesterday. And now we have to wait and see how it's going to pan around this time round. Winam with the kick, well raised. Referee spots a knock on. Winam have an early advantage. They are dressed in blue. Kisii in black. That is Kisii University. Only 2-point difference separating these sides yesterday. A quick tap of that free kick. Ball stolen by the men from Kisumu. Switch in play opens up that one, but the man with the tackle was sure with what he was up to. A chance for the boys from Kisii to do something, but the referee was a high tackle, or we can call it a nyongolo. Kisii University in possession, loose ball in possession, in tackle I mean. Now a chance for Winam. Tackles flying in this, and this is what we promised. And this is the beauty of the sevens game. 7 minutes of thrilling action, and just like yesterday, we have non-stop rugby. Keep liking, keep sharing, keep subscribing. And let your friends know that we are live from Kisii. What a tackle from number 7. Winam in possession. No one has been able to breach that defense line. A dummy by jersey number 19 feeds his man on the outside, and the referee spots a forward pass, and we are still at 0-0. Early in the morning, somebody was asking me what Winam stands for, or what is the meaning of Winam. Is it a short form? Is it a full name? Winam fans, you can let me know on the comment section what maybe Winam stands for, as the scrum half opts to go into contact. Penalty for Kisii University, opting to swing it, but they lose it forward. As this match stays even to this point, chance now for Winam to break the deadlock. They do it perfectly. Support play at its best. And now we have the first try. Scrum half in jersey number 20 bangs in the conversion. And now we have our first converted try here. After this, Rugby on the Road and Sigalagala will be taking on to the pitch. This one promises to be another tightly contested clash. Obviously, Sigalagala doing well yesterday before falling to Kisii RFC in the final match. Will be looking to bounce back, while Rugby on the Road had a perfect and a dream start yesterday. Kick fails to go past the 10 meters, meaning they'll have a free kick. These men from Kisii. A chance now to exit their 22 and get something meaningful from the possession. Winam after overdoing it, he loses the possession easily. A chance for Kisii Uni to strike. Swinging now to the left, and he passes straight into the hands of an opponent. Winam, jersey number 3, tackled just before he crossed over. Yes, he's able to do that. And now they have a proper cushion as we approach the halftime break. Conversion is good, 14 points for Winam. Seems they are on the road to rejoin Kisii RFC, who became the first side to qualify. If you're just joining us, remember that Kisii RFC have already qualified after a big win over Kisii Kifaru in a Kisii derby. It's halftime break. Just 1 minute of comments, corrections, and absorbing the instructions given by the coach. We have seen tough matches where coaches are even unable to give the halftime speech. James Frank gives me the answer saying Winam means our people, or you can say our community. Now, Dave Moura, you have an answer. Winam means our people or our community. That's what I'm being told on the comment section. Next up, we'll be having Rugby on the Road. After a perfect day, you want to finish it strongly. And after a bad day, you are keen to bounce back. This is the calculations that we have today. Obvious, Winam going unbeaten yesterday, picking a win, 2 wins and a draw. The draw was against Kisii RFC, while for Rugby on the Road, they got 9 points, as well as Kisii RFC. 9 points on day 1, all topping their respective pools. We are into the second half. Winam looking. Quick tap by Kisii. Only 2 converted tries needed to tie this scores. He opts to boot it into the 22, hoping for a not straight line out or forcing an error. Winam look like they are onto something good. If the few matches that I've watched in the recent times are to go by. They are able to claim that line out. A beautiful side step, cuts inside, shoves his man. Winam up to hold him high. And now they will have a scrum following that spill of the ball. Can you give us your predictions and your thoughts? opts to kick but misses, and referee is spot on spotting that knock on. Two crucial matches still on cards, and as I told you, we have no time to blink, just like yesterday. No time to blink. Match after match after match after match after match. Kisii University up to kick behind the defense. Maybe going by that rule that in rugby, don't play in your territory. Conflicting the Swahili proverb, mcheza kwao hutuzwa. Winam are yet to exit their half. This time around they do it as the winger in jersey number 15 cuts inside, leaving his markers well beaten. What a play! He's tackled just before after sniffing that try line, but the referee spots an infringement. What a move! What a play that deserved to be crowned with that try. But the defense had more options. Simple to study what Winam, what Kisii University are up to. They don't want to play in their own territory. They have a line out following that penalty, but they failed to claim the ball, and it's Winam with possession, something that they will want now to have, because if you have possession, then your opponent has nothing to play for. Having 14 points cushion. Winam with another opportunity, more options in the inside. More numbers on the outside, but he is unable to hold on possession. A big one is coming your way. Sigalagala taking on Rugby on the road. This one, I believe, is going to be a cracker. You can keep on giving us your comments. Which team do you think is going to pick maximum point, is going to pick the trophy? Which team do you think is going to win the Rugby on the road versus Sigalagala match? Obvious, looking like Winam have set a foot or 1 foot in the semis, bangs off an opponent, loses ball in possession, and now time for that match pitting Rugby on the road and Sigalagala. Sigalagala getting us underway with that kick. They clearly know how lethal and clinical Rugby on the road were yesterday, and will be requiring to give a good account of themselves early on. Zindeche with that big run. Ball shifted to now to the left side. Man in jersey number 16 was lethal yesterday, and he does round his marker, crossing over to score the opening try for the Rugby on the road. Remember, it's the only team that kept 3 clean sheets yesterday and managed to cross the 35-point mark, winning 45-0, 48-0, and 38-0 on the opening day. Man in jersey 2 misses the conversion, also having a beautiful game yesterday. But we say today is donning jersey number 10. We say days vary in sports, and it normally depends on how you recover, how focused you are, and being focused is very crucial in every sport. Free kick. Swinging it to the left side, a switch in play, but loses possession as the referee goes back to the initial infringement. We go back to the initial call where the ball was kicked. Initial point where the ball was kicked, with Rugby on the road set to have a scrum. Scrum feed by the try scorer of the opening try. The referee is bummed off. Step out is the call. Lewis Mayaka believes Kisii will be taking on Rugby on the road. In the final of this competition, you can continue giving us the predictions as Rugby on the road are penalized. Sigalagala were completely shut down in the last match, in the final match yesterday, failing to make something meaningful from that, but they have this opportunity to make amends as they lose that ball. Rugby on the Road a chance to run it from their own zone, change of direction, back to the left side. Also loses ball in contact. Now they have a task of making it count. Wrong pass forces them to go 2 steps behind. Bundled out of play. Rugby on the Road have possession. Already 2 quarterfinal finals are down. We have Kisii RFC through following that big win over Kisii Kifaru. We have Winam also through after 14-0 win over Kisii University. Rugby on the Road have an early lead, 5-point lead against Sigalagala in the first half, and Spikers who will be kicking the ball for the first time today will have a chance to take on Kisii RFC as they're awarded a free kick. The men from Sigalagala. Maybe some teams opt not to contest those racks. An offload that was well thought, but they were not sync in terms of decision or the plan. Still in possession though. That is Sigalagala in the blue jersey. Swings a wide pass to the left side. Another, they repeat that move this time round. They are able to gain few meters. Sigalagala still driving, man isolated, possession already lost. Leaving Rugby on the Road, trying to fight back, and they opt to run it from their own zone. He has a supporting man close down. This should be a turnover. Yes, it is for the Sigalagala team. What a tight contest, only 5 points separating these two teams. Rugby on the Road getting the first proper test. Nice. They have beautiful flicks, though at some point my coach used to tell me that simple is better because your teammate might not anticipate some of the flicks that you do on the pitch, or unless you've been playing together for a while and you understand each other properly. They choose to tap and go. Obvious, there's been the debate of what should be the decision. Whenever you get that penalty, should we go for numbers? Should we go for tap or a scrum? Has Sigalagala continue to struggle to go past that mark. I guess if it was another sport, we'll be talking about maybe matter superstitions. That they were able to bring that small fish called omena. And that is the reason why we are always knocking before we cross the 22-meter line. But this is rugby. Still 7 minutes, big 7 minutes to come. Minutes that they can turn it around. In fact, if it is this tight, then a 7-0, a converted try might be enough to turn around things for them. And I believe every fan loves a tight match. And if it is not a tight match, every fan loves a high-scoring match where both teams score and you have no time to blink. Kisii RFC also have a chance to redeem themselves. Yesterday, only getting 1 win, a draw, and a loss, which was enough to send them through in a pool that was wide open. They'll be taking on Spikers. Spikers, as I informed you earlier, got to this stage because there was no show for their opponents, and now they'll be kicking off the ball for the first time today. Will the momentum Rugby on the road. Will be kicking us off in the second half. No subs made so far, especially for the Rugby on the road side. They are trusting their 7 men to do the job. My cameraman loves calling it Sababora. Ball is open. Referee spots a penalty, medical break. And sometimes I was told medical breaks are very important. Sometimes I was told the medical break is very important. You can use it to kill momentum of opponents. But it is a very crucial tactic to use it in 7th and 15th. Even in football, it is very crucial. You can use it to buy time. Beautiful passage of play by Sigalagala. And they have good numbers as man shoots in defense. And Sigalagala managed to keep the ball alive. Referee again awards a penalty to Sigalagala. A sub for the Rugby on the road side. Still holding on. To the 7 men that started the match as they pause to do that shirt swap. This has been a hotly contested encounter. Obviously, it is Sigalagala who have enjoyed much of possession, beautiful passes, but nothing to show for the passes. Maybe that situation where we say tulicheza fiti lakini. Line out well claimed. A chance now to enjoy possession as Kipto comes on. Sigalagala penalized, quickly tapped by Arturo. Maybe a chance to make this one or to double the lead. They have urgency the way they are reacting off the penalties. Of the scrum, they have now made 2 subs, bringing in new energy. He spots a gap on the outside. Victor Tieno offloads, and they are able to coordinate, but there was a knock on as the referee penalizes them, and Kipto dives over to give the Rugby on the road side and second try. I thought maybe at some point I spotted a knock on as they look to cover that track, but the referee had other options. Conversion that is very crucial. And it looks like now we have Rugby on the road with 1 foot in the semis, looking to join Kisii RFC and Winam, who have already qualified. Kisii RFC and Spike are still holding, waiting on the holding area. And the beauty of sevens knockout matches, those small margins matter, and all now Rugby on the road squad will be hoping to do is to hold on to possession and allow time to, or the clock to run down. As we see several subs now being made, they believe that win or that lead is crucial. That lead is important. And if they can give us another clean sheet, it will mean that they'll be the team to beat heading to the semis. Well raised. claimed by men from Sigalagala Polytechnic. Poor coordination, nearly knocking his teammate. They opt to go for the scrum, at least to eat seconds of this game, because maybe they trust their push, they trust their scrums. Referee calls for a reset. Well held. Kipto passes it to the man who was brilliant yesterday. Got several two braces. He is quickly penalized, told to go back to the mark. Possession, lost scrum for Rugby on the Road. We are into the final stages of this opening half of the third quarterfinal. Maybe this is the last play. And having possession, they go for that chip, and it's beautifully done. As this man, I told you yesterday, he had several tries. He's going to get his first of the day. He has some makekes, touches down, and the lead widens to 17 points with a conversion to come. Rugby on the Road are surely into the semis. Conversion is good. They have 19 points. Yet to concede in this tournament since the opening day. A 45-0 win, a 48-0 win, a 38-0 win, now a 19-0 win. Maybe for some people, they'll say that the margin is dropping as we move on to the later stages. Hi. Kisii RFC versus Spikers. Spikers in that yellow and black striped jersey. They look like a bee. For Kisii RFC in that beautiful blue. Kisii RFC in that beautiful blue jersey. Referees that we are waiting for are onto the pitch. Spikers claim it. Referee spots us forward pass. Let's see what the men from Kisumu have on offer as they get their first scrum. Booted behind the defense. Spikers struggle to claim. Kisumu battling to get a turnover. Kisii RFC opting to go for strength, manages 23 spots gap on the outside. He was about to show that you can't see miss sign, and he was caught just before he crossed over. But that was clever play from the man in jersey 23, though he has been penalized. Medical break is done. penalty for Spikers. They want a line out. Referee allows play to go on. Tackles flying. Possession lost. Scrum contest there. Spikers attempting to attack from their own half. Just to remind you to remember to subscribe, like and share. We'll be bringing you more rugby just before the year ends, because rugby is our passion at Scrummage Africa. Knock on. By Kisumu, man in jersey 24. Unhappy to have lost that ball forward. And if you're just joining us, we already have 3 semi-finalists, 1 to go. Obviously, we have Kisii RFC, who are the host, into the semis. Winam have already qualified. Rugby on the Road have already qualified. And Spikers are taking on Kisumu in the final quarterfinal. We've had proper runs in the opening matches. Kisii RFC with a flying run, pummeling Kisii Kifaru. We had Winam only needing 14 points to see off Kisii University. And Rugby on the Road only needed 19 points to eliminate Sigalagala. Second match that Sigalagala are losing by 19 points in this tournament. Yesterday they were shut out by Kisii RFC, and today, despite enjoying much of possession, they have been also eliminated from the cup quarters, or the cup quarter stage. Those are the teams that we have. Beautiful back in, but they're unable to keep possession. Disappointing way to lose possession after that, such a beautiful move. So still we have 3 sides who are unbeaten in this competition. That is Rugby on the Road, that is Winam, that is Kisii RFC. Obvious Kisii RFC, being the host, are expected to face Winam, with Rugby on the Road set to play against the winner of this match. Those will be the semi-final pairings, as handling errors continue to haunt the two teams. He opts to kick out and maybe get the thoughts and comments from the coach. Maybe he's happy with the scoreline, how it is. 7 minutes to do wonders and make changes. Yes, it's still scoreless. It's still 0-0. Halftime break. Looks like one golden moment, one golden opportunity. Will be enough for these two sides. To turn around things. Into the second half. Spikers fielding that one well. Up to go for a kick. Ball, bounce of the ball, troubles the scrum half, and Spikers dive over for the opening try. Some consultations. Referee calling for a knock-on after that spectacular. Kisumu survived this one. Kisumu, after surviving that one, now they have exited their 22, sniffing that halfway line. A beautiful step by jersey number 14. He has number 15 in support, but he opts to go all the way and scores the opening try for Kisii RFC. A beautiful response for them after surviving that scare of conceding a few minutes into the second half. Five points. A kick. Having worked magic at that point, they have decided to attempt another one. Ball stolen. Referee spots an infringement, awarding Kisii RFC a penalty. Kisii RFC knocks it on. Chance for Spikers to strike back. As the clouds begin to gather, what a spectacular under the post. Spikers score a very crucial try, and if they are able to add 2 more points, Winam. That is what Spikers needed, and they got it. Now they lead, though a slim lead. They say a lead is a lead, and they will be hoping to hold on to this. But Kisii really understand what this one means. The ball bounces out of play, and the referee blows the full-time whistle. Spikers into the semis. What a way to respond to this. What a way to bag a win. A last-minute try. Kisii obviously having few minutes to turn it around. or strike, but they lose the ball forward, and they go for that celebration. That is Spikers into the semi-final of this competition. That is what we are told in sports. Never give up. In sports, keep the hope alive. Keep dreaming. And that is what Spikers have done all through to get to this point. Keep subscribing, keep liking. We'll be coming back after 30 minutes to bring you the semi-final matches of this competition. And then we'll have another break, head to the final and award that Raila Odinga Cup to the deserving winner. Just to remind you of the semi-final, Spikers, Rugby on the Road, and then we have Kisii RFC and Winam RFC are the teams that have been able to qualify for that semi-final. So keep subscribing this period as we wait for that 30-minute break to elapse. And keep sharing, keep inviting friends. If these have been the quarterfinals, the semi-finals are going to be a cracker. Semi-finals will be something big. All these teams in the semi-final are yet to lose in this competition. So it's going to be a battle for the unbeaten. A battle that if you snooze, you lose. Keep subscribing, keep liking, keep sharing, keep commenting. You give us prediction on who you believe is going to win the semi-final. Winam taking on Spikers. No, Rugby on the Road taking on the Spikers, and Kisii RFC taking on Winam. Those are the semi-finals that we have. The updates, more updates, you can get them on our website www.scrummage.co.ke for the matches that were played yesterday. And the updates of the quarterfinal, you'll be able to find them on Scrummage Africa Facebook, Twitter and Instagram pages. Nione kazini yangu narudi. Naona kazini yangu narudi. Unafinya na maji.
Hata mimi ndo nimejipangilia hapa. Umejisqueeze. Kabaka, hii yote ni yako unajua. Hii yote ni yako. Hii yenye imebaki ni yako. Hiyo.
Unasema ni hydrate.
Eh?
Unasema hydration
One from up there. Songa nitoke pale vile hapo. Yeah, someone down.
Mic check. Some dance moves as teams start to warm up. Kisii RFC are set to take on Winam in a must-win for both clubs, both unbeaten. And later on we'll have another big one, Spikers taking on Rugby on the road. This is what is coming up for us. You can start giving us your predictions on who you think is going to win this crucial semi-final between Winam and Kisii RFC, both unbeaten. I'll give you the run-up on how they performed before this. We are almost towards the end of this. With now the wet weather. The weather will also be bringing a new twist to it. Yesterday, on your screens there, that is Kisii RFC earning the opportunity, and now they are warming up. To ensure that their muscles are to the task. Winam also doing their warm-up at the other end. Obviously, these are the teams that looked bright from day one. Showed urgency. Obviously, they have had big results and narrow margin wins. And that has been the journey. We still have 4 crucial matches on the cards, and then the awarding ceremony. And once we are done with the awarding ceremony, teams now will be departing back to their respective regions for that Christmas break. And this was fit to see, or the organizers saw it fit to bring you some rugby action just before the Christmas break. Maybe having to wait till January 10th would have been a tall order for us rugby fans. On your screens, Kisii warming up, Navy Lumiti issuing instructions to the charges as they warm up. A young coach who is coming up strongly, having seen him serve as an assistant coach to Kisii School as they went on to win the East African title, finishing second in the Nationals. He also served as an assistant coach at Kisii RFC last season as they went all the way to win the KRU championship title. Now he has taken over the reins as the head coach following the exit of Lee Aston, who's joined Cabra's coaching staff. And so far he has shown some flashes of brilliance in the KRU championship. Obvious 15th is his favorite as a coach. 7th is a plus for him. And already he has 2 wins in the bag for Winam. They're always coming up strongly. Seen them in the Bingwa Fest matches, later on in the Nationals, and now we are seeing them here at the Minto Sevens. And this is a team that has been able to play all chords of the game. That is the Rugby Union and the Rugby League. That is the story of Winam. Obvious, the other semi-final pitting Rugby on the Road. A collection of what we can call different stars from different regions to form that squad. Reminds me of my days, that is almost 10 years ago, when we used to form a squad over phone, and depending on availability of players. That is almost the same thing that happens for invitational squads. We've seen the likes of Samurai, who now called Shogun Rugby, where they keep on using players from different regions. In another weekend, a different formation. And the story goes on and on. We've seen also the likes of Tropical Sevens, some of the invitational sites that I know worldwide. It will be interesting to see how this one pans out. It will be interesting to see how the matches will be panning out, especially that some of the matches had a lot of knock-ons and handling errors before it rained. Maura, how do you think the rain that has just pounded this area will affect the semi-final that are coming up?
Most definitely the situation has changed. Obviously the conditions has changed, and the pitch, I think the coaches, they're for the first semi-final, That's the first thing I think they'll be talking to the players. The conditions have changed. As you can see, a Winam player there warming up has knocked a ball and they are laughing at him. So they know the conditions have changed. But when these conditions change like this, the environmental factors, it can bring you to success or it can break you. So I think it has leveled up the game. So those teams that they were maybe thinking that this is an easy ride for us to the finals, the situation has been changed, and you can be in the five, maybe you are going to score and then you knock a ball, and that's a penalty. And this is sevens. Someone can run from the other half to the other half and score. So yeah, definitely the environmental factors have shifted the structure and the favorites to win this tournament, of course.
We have unbeaten teams so far making it to the semi-final. That is what we have seen. That we had a number of these teams that are here are unbeaten. Winam, obvious, a draw, and then 2 wins yesterday. Now they've won their semi-final with a clean sheet. Kisii RFC also looking good since we started this competition. What level is, apart from maybe the weather, what level of competition should we expect here?
The level of competition obviously is very, very high. I think Winam, as you have said, after their draw, you can see the graph. They've been really, really winning with a good margin, and their game actually has really, really improved. And if you see the technicalities, their runs, how they defend, their discipline in racks and in everything, Winam has really, really improved from yesterday's results. They've been really, really good today. So they're banking up on that. Of course, their graph has been up. So Winam, obviously, we are going to expect a very, very tight match for them. Number two, I think if you see Kisii RFC, a lot of them are youngsters, obviously, and they've been playing very, very, very good rugby. Basic skills: just pass the ball, spot the gap, explore the gap, run, score. Simple, clear, and they're here in the semi-finals. So of course, the level, I think the level that we should expect, obviously from ROR, obviously, you've seen how they've won, but their semi-final was very, very tight against Sigalagala. But they managed to cruise into, it was in the quarters, they managed to cruise into the semi-finals. So obviously we are expecting a very, very tight match for them too. So fans should expect a very, very tight game heading into these semi-finals, because all of these teams to me, I think they are winners in this tournament. According to me, I think all of these teams deserve to win this tournament, according to how they've played. So the levels of rugby, I think, from yesterday to today has really, really improved. But for sevens tournament, I think this is what we should expect going into the quarters and semis. It's like sifting the good, I don't want to say the bad maize from the good maize, but the waff from the good maize. Yeah, it's like unachunga mahindi. So like right now, I think the gap between teams has really, really shortened. Na sahi kila mtu ako on. Yeah, so I think that's what we should expect.
I think kwa Biblia nasema kupepeta makapi. So the question is, the other match, Spikers obviously not having matches yesterday because of those walkovers. Today they come and surprise Kisii RFC. Obviously Kisii, when somebody gets to hear of Kisii RFC, expects maybe being a Kenya Cup side, as much as maybe they have a number of youngsters also being fielded in these, maybe most of their development players in ESS squad being here, they expect to see that victory. Maybe Kisii is the team to beat in this, but they have knocked out Kisii with that slim margin, and now they are through to the semis. Do you think they can pull a surprise on that? And we saw how Sigalagala maybe failed to be clinical in that match against ROR. Do you think Spikes can spike up this thing?
Yes, most definitely. You see, Spikes were in Group A, and Group A, unfortunately, some of the teams did not come and did not participate. That's why they had walkovers all through, I think, yesterday. And having not played yesterday, their players, I think, it was a moment of enjoyment, just resting. And then if you're not playing, obviously you're watching who will we face. So you are going as toppers in Pool A. So obviously Spikes, I think yesterday it was a game of gauging who will we face. And today I think they had explored Kisii. Kisii have been very, very wobble in this tournament. I don't think they've had a very, very good games. They've been really, really if you see their defending, their technicalities, how they've arranged themselves, it was just like they've not really connected. There's not gel in that team maybe I think they assembled the team very late, or they had not been preparing for this tournament, because obviously we've had the festive season, and obviously the players, maybe most of the players have gone into the festivity season. But for Spikers, I think having not played yesterday, and gauging the opponents, they know how Kisii plays, they know how ROR plays, they know how the likes of Winam plays. So for them, I think today, and they're very, very fresh. I think Kisumu was their first game in this tournament. So obviously that's a very, very good vital point. And going with that, I think Spikers, and you've seen how they play. They actually rallied from behind in the last minute of the game to beat Kisumu, and that shows the level at which they wanted this thing. So for me, I think Spikers can really make a surprise. If at all these teams that are remaining in the semis, they slip a bit, Spikers can really, really shock someone here.
Okay, there's that story of match fitness, and it is what I'm trying to gauge, because if you look for Rugby on the road, they have had a good run, not conceding up to this point, and now they are into the semis. For Spikers, only one match played. Maybe one team is ahead of the other in terms of match fitness.
Yeah, true. I think also that comes to that's a very good discussion, by the way. If you see a team like ROR have been really, really strong. They've won by, I think, an average of obviously like 30 points if you calculate all their games. So an average of 30 points to nil, and they've been really, really doing great. Yeah, so obviously that goes to show that if you play games, you obviously culminate into the environment. You test the field. How this field tastes, how this environment feels, how these fans engage and everything. So having played, I think a team like ROR, having played those games, they actually have an upper hand against a team like Spikers. But if you think in terms of maybe physicality, and in terms of technicalities, and in terms of maybe conditioning and everything, it brings that also balance the scales. I think ROR have been really, really strong in this tournament. I'm actually rooting out for them to win. Their game against Sigalagala was a very, very tough game. So obviously, as you've said, I think that also comes to question, of course. So having played in this environment, with Spikers not having played, so Spikers have not maybe tested the game, they have not maybe engaged with fans and everything. It also brings a very, very good balance into the game. So we are going to see how they'll maneuver that into the semifinals. But it has been a very, very good tournament so far.
Yeah, tight matches yesterday, and we have had also several tight matches today, especially in the quarters. Only maybe 2 results, Kisii and ROR, who have been high-flying in the quarterfinal stage. So waiting to see what the semis are going to offer. But maybe another question, between 7th and 15th in rain or after rain, which one do you prefer?
I'm always a 15th fan. Any day, any time, whether it's rain, whether it's snowing, whether we are in a desert, I'm always a 15th guy. But I think for players, most players enjoy the rains. I think it's most players enjoy the rain. If you are with Cabras when they won their first Kenya Cup match against Impala, you saw the celebrations. It was raining and they were sliding in the rain. So I think the rain actually brings that excitement to players. Like, this is a very, very exciting game. It also brings that mentality, like, the rain, obviously the rain is here, so we need to up our game, we need to warm up perfectly, etc. So for me, I think between 7th and 15th, I'll always say I'm a 15th guy, whether it rains or it's not. But for players, I think, whether they're playing 7th or 15th, they always love it when the rain has maybe rained and then it has stopped, like what we're having today. So we are expecting a very, very good game.
You take me back to 2016, that rainy night or evening at Impala. It is one of the moments that I'll never forget. I had just bought my new shoes. And the disappointing bit was they got spoiled that day, but at least we had something to celebrate heading back home. So that was the interesting bit about that one. But I believe 15th, it will be better for after rain or during rain, because you can play it tight. For 7th, the weather maybe affects how you can be able to swing your passes. And I think maybe the beauty of sevens is to swing passes. Maybe teams like Sigalagala, teams that I've seen maybe attempting those short passes have been Sigalagala. Spikers, I've seen them, homeboys who are trying those short passes, Kisii University. Maybe they are the teams that would have done better in such weather because they were using the pop instead of the pass, and maybe those cross passes, switches, and back-ins, those have been what they've been doing, especially in the previous matches. So we just sit and wait for this match to kick off. Teams, referees ready, teams are ready to go to the holding area. Maura, I think I'll release you to continue doing other behind the scenes stuff. That is Dave Maura, one of the best graphic designers we have here at Scrummage Africa. He goes to continue with the work behind the scene, and we have that big semi-final coming up, pitting the hosts Kisii RFC, who will be taking on Winam. I'm just informed on the comment section about some of the players that have been through Winam. Yes, very interesting comments on the comment section, but one from Derek Simon, who says that we should acknowledge that Winam has produced Victor Mola, Jojo Oro, Eugene Odhiambo, Samuel Wafula, and the likes. So that one is something that we'll be following up to know some of the faces that have come up from Winam. But I know they are doing a good job in terms of development in Kisumu County. And we'll be waiting to see how they perform in this tournament, and as well in the 15th version, where they are currently in the nationwide region. The toss of the coin is being done by the captains. Signaling that we are almost there for the fans who have been waiting for this semi-final. Don't worry, because the teams are having the final say from the coaches. After that, they'll be here at the holding area. And once they get to the holding area, it will be time for action, time for the beautiful game of sevens. Just to remind you that you need to invite friends to come and watch this semi-final match live on Scrummage TV. Beautiful matches, starting with 18 matches yesterday. We've already added 4 and still 4 to play. And it is that time of the competition where you snooze and you lose. Just to remind you to keep subscribing, liking, sharing. It is important to keep on subscribing because we promise to give you more rugby action this December. because at scrimmage we love rugby and rugby is our passion. We are looking forward to bringing you more matches from 26th, 27th and 28th. So you can also turn on the notification bell. We also have the documentary of champions, forever champions. Forever champions, that is Cabra's run to the semi-final. We documented some of the things they did behind the scenes, and it's an enjoyable documentary which you ought to watch, and if you have watched, you can share with friends and let them know and get the nitty-gritties of what champions do to stay as champions. That is what was highlighted in Forever Champions documentary. You can catch it live here, and the second episode is also underway. So keep subscribing, keep liking, keep sharing, keep commenting. Give us your predictions on Kisii and Winam as they take on the holding area, ready to take on to the pitch. An opportunity to edge closer to that final. This is just 14 minutes away from that final. Kisii only having 7 men in the tunnel, the rest have already taken slots on the bench. And finally, after minutes of wait, we are on to it. The big semi-final is here. Winam have that deep blue, obvious Kisii in that blue with a shade of white and black. Kisii with the kickoff, well raised, claimed by Jersey number 7, but he's bundled out of play. First chance for Winam to have that line out. Knock on. We get the first scrum of the opening half. Holding on beautifully in that scrum. The ball troubles the winger, and we have the second issue of handling. Went back is the call. Kisii still in possession. Referee spots a high tackle. Kisii sniffed the line, but they knock it on. The handling errors we are talking about already haunting teams. Clearance claimed by Kisii. Jersey number 23 had a beautiful run in that semi-final, in that quarter-final. Ball open, but they lose it forward. And having gotten that turnover, they are unable to make it count. Scrum for Kisii just before that halfway mark. Scrum with a sniping run. More numbers on the outside, but the delivery was poor, bundled out of play. We have a line out as the clock continues to tick. Pressure after pressure for both sides. Referee wants to see the tunnel clear. Referee allows play to go on. Interesting run how Winam are behaving on defense, and how there's an interchange between the scrum half and the winger to do that sweeping roll, as knock-ons and handling errors continue to haunt us. Winam now choose to go for a big kick into the 22. Kisii respond with a kick, well claimed, offload, clear, tackled, goes into contact, goes down for a rack. They have opted to change the direction to attack the left side. And the young man in the jersey number 13 gained several meters for Kisii. His attempt to pick the ball instead of covering the rack turns out to be costly for Kisii. What a waste for that run. But again, we say if his plan worked well, he could be receiving praises and applause for his decision and his option. Another scrum now deep in Winam's 22. They know how important playing in right areas will be in this contest. With that kick, now Kisii trying to hit on a counter. Ball open, space on the outside, offloads inside. Still going is the man in jersey number 6, goes down for a rack. Kisii still in possession. Change of a direction, nearly got that line break, slipped. Still with the ball is Kisii RFC. Still scoreless up to this point as they move to the left side. The man in jersey 7 trying to find spaces on the outside, but they are holding on tight. This is Winam. They don't want to allow that defense to be breached. An easy dummy offload to that youngster who goes under the post to give Kisii the opening try of the match. And Winam now have to find a response. They only needed that one golden opportunity, one golden moment. And the man in jersey 13 was clear, racing all the way after a beautiful line break by the man in keep liking, keep subscribing and sharing as we see Kisii RFC being given those instructions. Winam also getting those instructions. You can decide to hold on tight and qualify courtesy of that 7-pointer. But there's an option of also fighting to add more points on the scoreboard, and that is the safest option. Obvious, we know the Winam coach will be surely telling them that we only have 7 points separating the two of us, and if they are able to score, we can also get to score. More predictions still coming on the page. Continue liking, sharing, subscribing. This is Cramage TV. And just to remind you, just before that kickoff, that you can watch Forever Champions documentary on Cabras on this channel. waiting for that second half to get underway. Winam with the honors to get us underway. On to now that second half. Kisii in their own territory. A tricky play, but they win a penalty. Still playing on advantage. Cuts inside, leaves two men, well beaten. An offload, man sent flying, but the referee spots a leading arm. And he'll be dishing out a yellow card. A decision that is likely to give this match a new twist. A leading arm. A scrum contest there. They know they have the numbers. They know they have that extra man. Cesar Dami cuts inside. Tackle. Winam still on attack. On the left side, can he round his marker? His tackle stays on the pitch. They have another penalty. Which decision do they go for? They are called back to go to that mark. Maybe they should have gone for the scrum because of the numbers. A 360 turn there, and they'll have a chance to score at the corner. That is Winam pulling back, and we have a 2-point difference. With pressure now on Kisii. RFC are the host and have conceded a yellow card following a leading arm. Can they add the 2 extra points? Conversion is good, and they tie the scores at 7-7. What a game. Winam with a chance to restart. Well taken. They managed to retain possession of that kickoff. The man in jersey 7 on the break, but the referee has spotted a forward pass as I think the 2 minutes have elapsed. Kisii back to foot to seven men. They have an interesting formation of that scrum. Penalty for Kisii now. This try score of the opening try cuts inside once more. Offload to a supporting number 4 who is back from the sin bin. Obvious, they had more numbers on the outside, but he opted to go to the blind side. A decision that maybe will cost them that chance to have doubled the lead or stretch the lead. Knock on. It's getting tighter and tighter. Or tighter than Pavetta. Has man in jersey 23 thrown in. Also number 10 being thrown in for Kisii. Winam also responding with several substitutions. The scrum half opts to go for the blind side with that scrum half pick. Obvious, several meters gained. Rack secured. Selsadami cuts inside. Knocks on the ball as he attempts to kick. Will we be heading to the sudden death or extra time, or we have a magical moment just like we had in yesterday games where teams scored last minute tries and kept us well entertained throughout the day? Now another sub for Winam. Pressure on both sides. Scrum half goes for a scrum pick, but he had to change direction. We have another scrum, and it's done. Tied at 7-7. What a match. And as Maura said, we have seen the wet weather impacts the match big time. We said the weather is going to impact the match big time. We've seen a number of knock-ons and handling errors, and now it's tied 7-7.
Yes, indeed. I told you, and I think we discussed this. Of course, the environmental factor played a very, very big role in this game. Kisii had been on a roll, and actually, if you saw the fans, they expected this to be a very, very easy game. But again, I told you, Winam have been on a very, very good graph. The graph have been rising and rising and rising. They've been really, really strong. And I think this is why we play rugby, because sometimes you think that this is an easy game and we're going to win, but something like a rain comes in, rains for a few minutes, and it, levels up the game. So yeah, we expected some few knock-ons and everything, but for me, I think this is the beauty of rugby. The game is equal now. let's see who has the zeal and the commitment to go and win it. But for me, I think if Kisii can maybe stay resolute, they have a very good attacking side. They are a very good attacking side. If they stay resolute, I think they'll win the game. But this is the sudden death, so anything can happen.
And we have very big moments or slim chances that have decided this clash. Both tries that we have in this moment. And now we are into that sudden death where the scorer wins.
Yes, indeed. I think for Kisii, their discipline has been a bit shaky. I think this is something the referees have been cautious on them, and you could see. I think that was a very good decision by the referee. That was a leading arm, and it was prone for that to happen because they've been very the referees have been telling them, this is cautious, but now, we need to release a card for you guys to know, it's serious. So
maybe before they restart, do you think we have a handling problem as a country?
Most definitely. Our hands are, I think ziko bado down. But for me, I think this is what we want to build on. Watoto wadogo wenye, at least wana grow into rugby. Na mi na feel like, tukiendelea kuhost tournaments kama hizi, we will build something bigger come maybe 5 years, 6 years in terms of support here from Kenya Rugby Union and the government.
Thank you very much. The big moment is here. Obvious that kick going against Kisii's will, and now Winam have a chance to turn things around, and the man from in jersey number 3 trying to race all the way, but he's tackled. Referee accept that we have a turnover. I think it's pressure from both sides. Even the opponents are watching keenly. And they are glued to this. And sudden death or extra time in sevens is one of the most interesting bits. And we all love matches that go down to the wire. Scrum for Kisii. Ball being shifted to the left. Makori with the ball nearly bundled out of play, but they managed to keep it in. They have to race it from their own zone. Opts to go for grabber kick. Now it is Winam's turn. Referee calls for a forward pass. And we still have pressure here. A moment where we sit at the edge of the seats. Obviously, the champion will be walking away with the Raila Odinga Cup, the big cup on our left side. The cup which is meant to honor Right Honorable Raila Odinga, who was a lover of rugby, a lover of sports, former Gor Mahia patron as the jersey number 6 nearly breaks his opponent's ankles. Kisii man opts to go into that contact, finding his opponent still not prepared. A high tackle, playing on advantage. Kisii sniffing the line. They opt to tap it, and he dives over. Not yet there. Try for Kisii, and they are into the final of this competition. You can hear the chants by the fans. Kisii RFC. Kisii RFC have done it. We have the first finalist here, Kisii RFC. No time to blink, we head to that one. We have Rugby on the road. Waiting for the referees to be wired for communication purposes. Spikers ready in that stripped yellow and black. Winam in the white and black strip, or is it called hoops? Spikers claim the ball, but they step out of play. Rugby on the road on attack. Osimbo with the ball in hand. Miscommunication. The ball stays. Aturo with the ball. Races clear. He has enough pace to go. Dives over the corner to give Rugby on the road the opening try. Rugby on the road. Conversion is good, and they have a crucial 7 points. Ready to restart. Referee sports an infringement, awarding the Spikers a penalty. Spikers go for a kick behind the defense. The bounce of the ball is in favor of Winam. Rugby on the road. lose the ball. Pass, not well done. They are forced to go several meters behind, ball open, picks the ball but slips. Spikers now. They were looking to get that attack, but the referee had spotted a knock on. Keep liking, keep subscribing, and invite your friends to keep watching this. Rugby on the road scored through Indeche to stretch the lead to 12 points with the conversion to come. Being a semi-final, we can say they are in a comfortable lead, but being a sport, we can say anything can happen. Into the semi-final, Rugby on the road, yet to concede. The ball bounces out of play, and we go back to the center position. Spikers chance to attack his spots that people are rushing in defense. The space was available. Still holding on to possession. Obvious they are passing, giving them a tougher task. Change of direction. He leaves his man well beaten. Well stopped by the scrum half. They are able to secure that track, ensuring that the ball was not quickly released. But Spikers Rugby on the road, racing for another try. Another try for Rugby on the road. Conversion is good, 19 points as they blow the halftime whistle. Anataka kuchukua extension. Kwenye extension. Asa. Shasema. Dunga tu. Tulitumia tu kijiti, hiyo kijiti kwa hapo. Half time. Second half has kicked off. Rugby on the road looking good since day one. Yet to concede. But bado unless kama la Vieto iko connected. Mali umegusa. Kuna mali unagusa. Sasa. Ndio charge. Umaza ndombolo. Ndombolo ndombolo. Umaza ndombolo. Sijaguza kitu. Nakwambia ina believe. Just check. Guza kidogo. Sai. Basi. Inaenda. Ukimove kidogo inawacha. Kosa. Bado. Zoom. Sawa. But tunajua kipande hivi itaniacha. Bado power haijakuja.
What's up? Ajeka waya vizuri. Ndio na connect. Connect haraka bana. Ndio kuna harakisha ya siku. Niko ndani. Baka. Na wapi? Treni mbili imefungwa in absence. Moja na converted alafu ni converted. Amleka 26 angapi? Before they get 26 hapa. After 26 strike. One unconverted, one converted right now. Plus 12.
Rugby on the road, running away with it. They will surely be in the final. They have gone the whole day.
Bado pa.
Try it.
Kama imezima hapa. Iko. 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 Bado iko. Bado. Asai.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again. This is Minto 7th. We've had our semi-finals games played, and we are awaiting the finals. Of course, ROR beating Spikers to storm into the finals with Kisii RFC, who upheld Winam in the sudden death. So the Minto 7th finals, guys, it will be ROR, which is Rugby on the Road, versus Kisii RFC. Remember to like, share, comment, and also like our posts. Scaramage Africa, Rugby is our passion. We will always keep you updated in all the games and everything about rugby as we move along. Remember to leave your comment, maybe where you're watching from, and in a few moments we'll be maybe throwing some shout outs to you. Where are you watching us from? And maybe if you want to dedicate maybe a shout out to your friend, you can maybe invite him to this live. And of course, as Scaramage Africa, we will be sending your shout outs to you. So keep commenting where you're watching us from, and shout outs are coming. Thank you.
Wamesema bado game ngapi? Sini finali. Kuna tatu place. Uko short for life. Tuko live. Kwa ni moja. Saina. Yana zirudishe wacha tutumie. Sasa ndio. Na ile extension nyingine watu
Yeah.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as we go through your comments here on YouTube, this is Scaramage Africa, Minto 7th. We are awaiting the finals. Rugby on the Road against Kisii RFC. I've seen some few of you in the comment section, so obviously we'll go through it quick first. I see Derek Simon asking, hakuna third place playoff. Yes, there will be no third place playoff, and of course we'll be heading straight into the finals, and it will be Rugby on the Road versus Kisii RFC. Naona Red Behemoth anasema Spikers on the 2 volleyball was Spike. That's a very funny comment. That's a very funny comment, but kudos to them. But the Spikers have been really playing against Arwar, who are on form. So it was expected of them, but yeah, let's congratulate them. Wamejaribu sana. But that's a very, very funny comment. Naona Red bado ameuliza mbona steam inapotapota. Yes, of course the rains have been really pouring huku hivi Kisii. So we are experiencing some technical difficulties na stima inapotea kiasi. So but we are trying as much as possible to keep you updated in all the games. Naona Lewis anasema Mark Jacob kupiga Kisii sio rahisi, ngoja finali uone tukizungusha watu wana. Yeah, definitely let's await the finals. So wacha tuone vile Arwar na Kisii will be played out. And of course we'll be sampling some of your comments. Naona msema Kisii mtu bad. Obviously Kisii have been on the roll, being the host team. Wamekuwa on a good run. Na fans actually wamekuja in large numbers to support them. So let's wait to see kama watabit Arwar. Obviously Arwar are a very, very strong side. Wacha tuone vile wataperform. Just sampling your comments. Naona jamani tu Baro kama alikuwa msema good game Winam boys. By the way, Winam wameperform very, very well. They're a very, very good team, and for me I think they've been a very surprising package. I think last time niliona Winam tulikuwa Kisumu. It was Kisumu versus KCB. They were playing against Joust, if I'm not wrong. That was they were playing against Homa Bay. Yeah, they were playing against Homa Bay, and that was the first time I saw Winam, and I think they're a very, very good team. So wacha tuone vile wataperform. Naona
third place I think iko naona Winam down.
Oh yeah. Sorry guys, I think apologies on that. I think third place will be played. Naona Winam wana warm, so wacha tungoje tuone vile Winam watacheza na Spikers. Spikers of course wametoka kucheza na Arwar sai. So let's wait this. Msema mtanichomea simu nyinyi. Pole sana Jimmy. Of course ni steam and ina blink, so as much as possible tunajaribu pia kucorrect hizo situations. Inafaa tumtuelewe. We apologize on that. This is because as it keeps pouring, kuna vile steam inapotea, so tunajaribu as much as possible to keep updated, but poleni for the inconvenience. Naona Lombardo amesema scrum it, good job. Thank you so much Lombardo. Antonio, this is what we do. Sisi ni kuwaletea tu content za rugby. Of course najua we are not the best, but we try as much as possible to bring grassroots rugby to you, our fans. Na nataka tu niseme we do this because of you, our fans. So asante sana. Naona amesema job guys, asante. Thank you very much. Antonio ukiweza tupea tu hata fan mmoja tu basi umshare hii link ya join pia na aseme Antonio amenitumia hii link. This is what we want. We want as much as possible tukiwa na fans wengi wenye wanacheza rugby, tuna enjoy rugby all through. Asanteni sana guys. Just going through your comments. Naona Naona jamaa anauliza anajiita huyo Red Behemoth amesema Kisii watueleze walikuwa wapi time ya mvua. I think we'll bring in our coach Nelvin Limuti from Kisii RFC akuja explain walikuwa wapi time ya mvua. So guys, of course asanteni sana, so keep the comments coming. Asanteni sana, so guys
now subscribe. Yes, this weekend this holiday tukishamaliza Christmas bado kuna more rugby yenye tunawaletea. Hiyo ndio kitu keep on saying. So 10 matches obvious coming MTM If all goes well, we'll be bringing them live na any other competition yenye iko pale. So kama tunaweza fika, we will be bringing it live to you. So kama ni place yenye you can get to that point, then unaweza always, you'll definitely get it to on scrummage, because scrummage is rugby yani inakwanga ile kitu passion yetu So predictions.
Yes indeed, what we predict.
Zikuje.
Unaona nani anabeba hii Minto set?
Yeah, kuna host Kisii RFC na Rugby on the Road. Rugby on the Road have had a good run, a big win kwa hiyo semi-final. By the way, do you think that match fitness will come to play a part in that for Spikers? Kwa that semi-final wamepigwa mingi.
Yes indeed, I think the match fitness vile tu ulikuwa umesema, it has played a very very big role. I think ROR vile tu wali perform in that game, they've been symbolic of what they've been doing in this tournament. So mina feel like as Spikers kidogo hiyo match fitness haikuwa, they could not contain ROR in almost every department, whether it's tackling, etc. All the departments I think ROR tick the boxes. So Spikers kidogo walalisha, but they are going against Winam I think. Now this is the chance to redeem themselves. So wacha tuone vile wata perform against Winam. Yeah.
Okay. Ukiangalia, do you think kwa hiyo final Kisii stand a chance, because unajua nini imekuja ikakuwa like that team to beat vile imerun. Obvious yesterday early games nilikuwa naona some vulnerability kwa defense yao, but now they are yet to concede up to this point. Wamekuwa na a very good run. 19 points ndio the lowest they have scored in this tournament.
Yes indeed, I think ROR I think from day one going into the pools walikuwa on a rampant. As we said, I think day one on the average scores walikuwa na perform at least over 30-40 points without even maybe conceding points. But I think kuelekea kwa hizi playoffs kama quarterfinals na semifinals, we've exposed their defense actually. I think kuna teams zenye zime exposed their defense actually very actually Sigalagala exposed their defense very badly. And I think your game ya Sigalagala, it was a toss on the coin. Ni vile tu Sigalagala I feel waliachilia. That's my opinion. That's not maybe Scrammage's opinion. That's my personal opinion.
I think hawakuwa clinical with the position they had.
I think your game Sigalagala actually held ROR to their toes. Walikuwa na possession fiti. Their offloadings were very good. I think kuna tu kitu yenye iko click. I think based on no conspiracy ile cause. Those Sigalagala really played well your game. Now wali expose ROR badly. So hiyo kitu yenye I think Kisii RFC will be building on. Na Kisii RFC ukicompare Kisii na Kisii na Sigalagala, Kisii are very clinical. Ukiangalia kickoffs zenye wamewin hiyo game to go to score ni mingi sana. The kickoff wako na chasers wa good na wako na wasenyo wako good in the air wengi sana. So Kisii na Sigalagala, I think Kisii are very clinical. So ROR should be very wary of Kisii. Kisii can actually win this game if at all ROR are not on their 100%. Kisii have a very good chance.
Na wamekuja na that pia being the home advantage, because ukiangalia pia from game 1 these guys ni kama wamekuwa kienda wakiimprove. I'm talking of Kisii. Ukiangalia first game I think ilikuwa a 2-point game, winning it due the last minute, and then wameenda hivyo wakigrow mpaka kufika at this point.
Yes, actually ukiangalia team kama Kisii, I think they had some few teams from their side. They were very big side, but kuna hizi team subsidiaries zao ni teams zao but other teams. So hiyo support imekuwa nini, na as much as ulikuwa unaona game zao za kwanza, I think they were maybe getting into the game, na kuna vile coaches pia wameplay a very vital point in that Kisii team, because ukiangalia their first games walikuwa na mistakes mob. Their coordination was weak. I think only one player stood out. But after hiyo game ukiangalia coaches, ukiangalia the time when teams actually zilikuwa zina take kuongea na coaches, average time Kisii were taking a lot of time. Hata their warm ups walikuwa wanaongea na coach sana instead of maybe running the balls, bro, hizo vitu ndogo ndogo kukimbia etc. So I think the coaches knew our boys conditioning wako fiti, ball wako fiti, tuko hands tuko fiti, so we just need to sit them down and tell them hapa ndio inafaa to work on na hizi. So I think hiyo talk ya coaches zimework perfectly, na from there hizo games za kwanza, I think the first game, second game wameko on the rise. Now they are actually the fans favorite here because unaona fans wakiwashangilia with good voices, so it will be very very interesting to see how the Kakamega boys ama Rohara chanoite hivyo wata perform against the home side. It is a very very good fixture.
But talking of Kakamega boys ama hii ROR imekuja in a very interesting way because zero training. Sidhani kama hata ni because we got with them to this point. So ni hiyo morning tukufanya hizo blowout na nini and then now they are yet to concede. Yes, ungeona hizo miscoordination especially kwa ikikuja kwa mapasses na nini, kuna places zenye hawakuwa wana like uwiano, if I use the Swahili Luya in me, hakukuwa na hiyo uwiano at some point, but imagine they have gotten to this point yet to concede, scoring big wins. It means pia sevens ni game yetu tunaweza pigiana simu na tucheze.
Most definitely. I think ukiangalia the Kakamega boys hivyo, most of them nawajua wamecheza pamoja for a long time, maybe hata wana train pamoja, so wanaelewana vizuri. But ukiangalia, again, we are in the festive season, so this is a team that was assembled maybe by a call or anything. Now wamekuja and here they are in the finals. I think for me the biggest factor in them appearing in the finals is the effort that is going on huko Kakamega in terms of maybe culturing the rugby scene. Ukiangalia most of them wamekuwa kicheza high school rugby some few years ago. Now they're playing wamekuwa kicheza top flight rugby in terms of our maybe naweza sema our own maybe dominion. Sitaki kusema top flight rugby, mwanzo kusema sisi kama England, sisi kama Ireland, yani level yetu. So ukiangalia schools kama Koyonzo, schools kama Butula, schools kama Vihiga, zimekuwa schools kama pia Chavakali pia zimekuwa zikiproduce some good players kuja kwa rugby scene, na ukiangalia wameanza from what they've been building on, it goes to shows that I think Kakamega has a very very wide pool of I think top talents. Tukianza tu hata tu Kenya Rugby Union wakifocus tu on hiyo nini, tunaweza pata a lot of players kwa hiyo academy nini.
Very nice. Third place player of him, Taka has kicked off. Winam racing clear to score the first try. The try from Winam. Winam sticking to complete the job on a high. Looking at the comments, Lombardo Antonio says good job scrummage. Winam to the world, that is daily motivation. Isaiah Nyara says Kisii RFC to draw the line. And Sophie Juliet says Winam wanabeba third place, Kisii wa win. That is my final predictions. Let's get more comments and predictions on what you anticipate in this third place playoff, as well as that final match between Kisii RFC and Rugby on the Road. Winam with the line out. They lose it. Obvious spikers getting into this after just a short break of a breather following that win, that loss to Rugby on the road. A chance to redeem themselves and maybe get a podium finish is what they are looking out for as they secure the rack. The referee allows ball to play, comes back to award a penalty. If you're just joining us, we are into the second last match of the day. The final will be here not so long. Winam currently leading by 5 points. And I keep urging you to keep subscribing, liking. This is Minto Sevens, giving players a chance to enjoy this sport of rugby as spikers pull back following that kick and chase at its best. Helping them to pull back, a conversion to come. Conversion is good, they lead in this encounter. Naangalia ya huko. They raise it again. Winam now with possession. Line out for spikers. Minto Sevens coming to a conclusion. We had 16 matches, 16 matches on day one. Matches on day one, and we have had 4 matches in the quarters, 2 matches in the semis, 2 matches in the final stages, this being the third place playoff. Spikers serious about this as that man attempts to break on the left side, but is held strongly. The man is jersey number 2 with big carries, but loses the ball in possession, in contact. We were told as players that having the ball is more important than anything else. Even if you go that bum off, ensure you keep possession. And if you go for anything spectacular, be sure to hold on to possession, because the ball will be needed at the end of the day to score. Minto Sevens coming live to you on Scrummage TV, Scrummage Africa TV. Since day one, which was yesterday, interesting clashes being played. The unbeaten were 4. As we started the day, they dropped to 2, and the 2 will be the final. Currently warming up to take the pitch after this. And we'll have the awarding ceremony. Spikers interestingly eliminating Kisii RFC. They eliminated Kisii RFC following a 7-5 win. A late try. The match ending 7-5, while Winam had a 14-0 in the quarters, but the two went on to fall at the semi-final stage. They went on to fall at the semi-final stage, Winam being eliminated by Kisii in a match that had to be decided in sudden death. Goes for a grabber kick. A strong bum off, kicks the ball out of play. Quick tap, man running to the touch, meaning he has been sent off. 6 men for Spikers. And as usual, we go for that quick decision to have a scrum, because you know you have more numbers on the outside. Scrum up with a sniping run, more numbers in the inside, and he easily dives under the post to restore Winam's lead. Down to 6 Spikers, but they hold on to possession. Running the ball to the left side of the pitch. Opts to run on the outside. The referee also sleeps. That is the beauty of and the fun of the wet terrain. A scrappy moment. Winam now in possession. Space. Acres of space. Another acres of space. He's tackled, but they lose the ball forward. And they are penalized. Winam are penalized. Spikers winger tries to make a run, slips, pops the ball to a supporting teammate. They decide to kick away possession again, driving his opponent backwards. And Spikers, they back to 7. Referee playing advantage. They have kept on fighting the way they fought in that Kisumu match. Obvious fans shouting instructions. Coaches also backing instructions. And they need a moment of brilliance, maybe to tie the scores. Referee spots a knock on. Just 5 points separating these two sides. Winam in the lead. Spikers trailing. Now they kick it deep into Spikers half. Tackled. Winam back in possession. A knock on. Spikers now hoping to turn things around. Maybe a converted try will be enough for them to win this match as we approach that final. Bundle out of play. And we have a Spikers line out as the referee blows the full-time whistle to point to us that Winam are the third place winners of this tournament. The final is here after 2 days of rugby. Obvious. The moment you've been waiting for is here. The final, the cup final. Rugby on the road have been brilliant in this tournament. They have been tested in the quarterfinal. Strongly tested, but they stood firm to win with 19 points. Kisii RFC, as Maura said, they have been growing each and every point, and now they are into the final. And now they line up for that final. They have been through it, and they have grown, and they are keen to protect the home turf, Maura. The final is here. The two sides that are still unbeaten in this competition now face off in the final. What are your expectations heading to this?
This is the culmination of what we call Minto sevens. This is what we expected as a final. Two teams that have been resolute, disciplined, and actually they've collected all the points and all the wins that in every game that they've played. This is something that I was expecting actually. So it's a very, very exciting game to see Kisii going against our ROR, that is the Kakamega boys. Of course, Kisii RFC have something to prove. You can see these other players, they are maybe more of, like I say, experienced players. They've played maybe in bigger leagues. And of course, as Kisii players, we've seen Kisumu RFC being beaten by a team like Spikers. So this is something that Kisii will be looking maybe to make amends and, you know, prove themselves. Again, on the ROR side, they're banking on the experience. They have a really, really good side, especially a 7 side. Most of their players actually have I think most of them have played in, you know, 7s campaigns in high school, in club rugby, etc. So it will be a very, very exciting game. This is what I was expecting, by the way, for a final in Minto 7s. It's going to be a very, very exciting game.
Okay, comments from Maura as we get to see the guests. Just to remind you that you can give us your prediction for these. Those are the dignitaries. Kenya Rugby Union Vice Chair, the Tournament Director, Kisii RFC Chairman, some of the dignitaries in this. Just getting to know the names from the players ahead of this big final. Obviously introducing them, the captain from Kisii has been instrumental in this match. He has turned moments that looked like nothing to big moments, and now they are in the final. And fans chanting KGB, obviously the home team enjoying the support. But as Maura said, we have experience on the rugby in the rugby on the road side. Obvious, looking at least 2 or 3 faces that have been on the national 7 circuit. Seeing other faces that have been in that Kenya Cup and Enterprise Cup competitions. You can give us your updates, your predictions, your comments on this as the teams go to say their final prayer. Those on your screens are the referees, teams doing the final hurdle. We are told the body language is very crucial in such moments, and you can gauge by the body language who is going to be champion. I don't know if you have been able to gauge who is going to be champion. It is 14 minutes that are going to make or that are going to count, and they are standing in between these two sides and the Raila Odinga Cup, which is here on this podium on the left side of the cameraman. Kisii RFC, obvious, winning that toss. And they'll be kicking it to Rugby on the Road. The final is here. Making that big moment count. Retrieving possession is the Kisii RFC outfit. Rugby on the road with a chance now to make amends after that failure to retrieve that kickoff. They have a scrum. Otieno. And they rope in that number 16. He has been instrumental in this race. He outpaces his marker, goes over for the opening try of this encounter. That is Rugby on the road. The man in jersey 16, despite being one of the diminutive figures in this ROR outfit, he has had crucial moments, big moments in this clash, in this tournament, scoring a couple of tries on day one and conversions as he bangs in another conversion to give ROR a 7-0 lead. Chance to restart. A moment where it's going to count. We know in sevens, kickoffs are very crucial. I told you about that man in jersey 21. He has been instrumental for Kisii as he's bundled out of play, and he makes moments that look like simple moments into big moments, or small moments into big moments. Despite being bundled out of play, that has been a big gain for the home side, Kisii RFC. They get another visit into the 22. Remember to subscribe, like, share if you're just joining us. Nearly a blunder, but they make it. Kisii and that crucial scrum. Rugby on the road, yet to concede, and their defense now will be tested at this point of the game. At this moment, they'll be tested. They consider penalty. What will Kisii do? They opt to tap and go. Are they going to breach the best defense we have had in the tournament so far? Not yet. They decide to run it wide. Makori unmarked on the outside. He's swung out of play. but the referee had spotted an infringement, awarding a penalty. They go to the corner. They finally breached that defense. Rugby on the Road defense finally breached. Rugby on the Road lead 7-5. Kisii have a chance to tie the scores should they get the conversion right. What response will Rugby on the Road have here? We are waiting to see. Just to remind you to keep subscribing, liking, sharing, and commenting, giving us your prediction on who you think is going to win this. We will have a new champion since Masinde Muliro University, who were the defending champions, having won the 2023 edition, did not turn up for this. Maybe to take you back to 7th May 2023, when this tournament was last held. Most managed to beat Kisumu 29-0 to become champions in a final that was played in this competition. That was the third consecutive trophy for most that campaign. They had won several satellite tournaments, and they beat Kisii RFC. Kisumu obviously returning to this tournament, but they were eliminated at the quarterfinal stage by Spikers. Now they go for a kick. Osimbo with the ball in hand opts to attack the left side. Selsadami passes to Indeche on the outside. Indeche bangs off his opponent. Sometimes they say in rugby, when there's no space, that man can be turned into a gap, and that is what Indeche attempted to do. To that man in jersey number 16, he is the man who opened the scores. The ball is open. Rugby on the Road lose it. And the referee has a chance to confirm his earlier decision. The decision that had left fans animated. And we go for that halftime break. ROR leading. (7-0). Leading 7-5. I beg your. Yes, the score is 7-5. After this, we'll be having the awarding ceremony. We will know who will be lifting that big Raila Odinga Cup in honor of the departed Premier Raila Odinga. Rugby on the road maintaining the starting squad. They'll be getting us underway with that kick. They decide to go deep. They allow that ball to bounce, but they are with possession. The task is to run it out of their 22. A missed pass, and Rugby on the road are almost on that try line. Simple pick by Victor Tieno, dives over to give Rugby on the road a try under the post. These moments that matter. These are the moments that matter in big finals like this. A loose pass punished, and now they're up to 14 points. Rugby on the road. Kisii have to find a response for this. Their job is now cut out. Rugby on the road going deep again. That is the beauty of going deep, because you can force your opponent into making that error. And that is what has just happened minutes before. Another chance. Ball spilled, but the referee had spotted a high tackle. Calls them back to that mark. Obvious Kisii in the rush to make amends, change the state of things here at Kisii Stadium, as Osimbo goes for that tackle. Rack cleaned. A beautiful dip. He decided to go for that kick, but well fielded by the scrum half. Referee spots a forward pass, and pressure now on Rugby on the road side, who have considered their first ever try in this competition at the final stage. As Kipto is thrown in, it changes at number 9. Another change in the forward. Scrum shoved. Bodies flying. Referee says play on. The man in jersey 21 has been on top of his game for Kisii, pushing on and on and on. Kisii have a penalty. They still have an opportunity to pull it back. Keep on subscribing, liking, sharing, and inviting friends to watch this tightly contested final at Kisii Stadium, and continue giving us prediction as Kipto rises from that scrum, gains several meters for the Rugby on the road outfit. Osimbo falls several meters back but keeps on fighting. some scrappy moment, but they still hold on to possession. Rugby on the road have gone several meters backwards into their own 22. Almost a blunder, but the ball goes behind. Ball sent to Kipto, who spots space. Ankle tapped, goes down. Ball lost forward. And referee calls for a knock-on. Kisii's ball as Lugonzo is thrown in. Solano steps out. Ball stolen. Keen to complete the job, but Kipto is unable to keep possession. Once we are done with this, the awarding ceremony, a mountain to climb for Kisii as they lose one man to a yellow card. Referee calls for a reset. Heated moments on the touchline. But the referee calls for another chance, and it's Kipto. Ball shifted to the left to the man jersey number 2. Also had a big moments today and scores again in the final. He has delivered a try in each match in this tournament, and Rugby on the road scored that crucial try, which pushes them to 19 points. We have a champion. We have a champion. And we have a champion. As I told you, we are going to have a new champion since most did not turn up for this. We finally have the winner of that Raila Odinga Cup. That is the Rugby on the Road side. That is the Rugby on the Road side. It has been a journey for them. They delivered defensive masterclass of 4 ages. Across the entire tournament, they have just conceded 1 try. A staggering statistic in format built on speed, space, and attack. Disciplined lines, relentless work rate, and ice-cold decision-making defined their run. Every tackle mattered. Every restart was contested, and when it counted most, Rugby on the Road shut the door again and again. This was just a title win. This wasn't just a title win. This was a statement win. Defense is what wins you championships. They have let in just 1 try, and they'll be taking that Raila Odinga Cup. They'll be putting up they'll be putting on that medal with pride, traveling from different parts of the country. Maybe they didn't have those big moments to train, but they came here, put up a very big fight. They had a 45-0 win in the opener. Went on to win 48 points to 0 in the second match. And in the third match, Rugby on the Road and they went on to pick another 38-0 at the group stage, and they ended the day with maximum points. That was on day 1, that was on Saturday. Today, a real test came against Sigalagala, where they got a 19-0 win. In the semi-final, they had a big win, and in this, they were tested, but they stood firm, held on, and we have ROR winning 19-5. Their only points considered coming in the final. And we have the Raila Odinga Cup onto the pitch. The champion will be crowned. That is Rugby on the Road. Kisii coming second. Obvious We would say it was a bad run. They fought strongly, gave everything, left everything on the pitch, but they had somebody who was better than them, and that is always the beauty of sports. Each and every moment we have that person who might be better than you, and we say the beauty of sports is to accept that we were the second best, but obvious crucial moments decided this match. We had big moments deciding the match. A small error leading to the second try for Rugby on the road. And now we have the champion. 2 days of interesting rugby matches. We had 16 on day 1. We have had 8 on day 2. And now we'll be starting with the third place playoffs. Winam are set to receive the third place winners trophy.
All right, I'd like to ask Kenya Rugby Union Vice Chair Bwana Moses Darling, tafadhali Bwana Chair, make your way to the awards. He will be giving the third place trophy to the winning side, the third fight, the third place playoff winner. from Kisumu. We'd like to thank Winam for coming through to this year's tournament. Of course, going home as the third place team. Winam. The captain will be receiving the third place trophy. The captain receiving the bronze trophy from the vice chair Kenya Rugby, Moses Dali. Winam coming in third, fighting hard and going home with that shiny trophy courtesy of Vice Chair Kenya Rugby, Moses Dali. Congratulations, Winam. Thank you so much for coming through.
Okay, we are joined by Kisii coach Carlos Magara. After that,
the runners-up, I'd like to ask
after that second place finish, maybe you just give us a recap of your a slow start, but you grew bigger and better, and you've gotten to the final. What are your thoughts on the boys' performance?
So my name is Magara Carlos, coach Kisii RFC, Sevens. The tournament has been so good. Although we started very late, like a week ago, we gathered all the boys since they came back from championship, gathered all of us. We started training, I think, for two days. Then we went straight out to the tournament. So far, we played well. Day one, we won all our matches. Coming to day two, we started with 50-0 against Kisii Faru in the quarters. We proceeded to semis. It was tough. We went to sudden death. Yeah, the boys really fought. Yeah, for some time, good defense from them. They went ahead and showed us that they can go all the way to the finals. So to the finals, the game has been so good. At the end of it all, there's a winner and a loser. So as you have accepted the lose, good stuff to the winning team. Yeah. All in all, we want to thank you. We want to thank every sponsor, Sport Pesa, for coming up with this such a nice tournament. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach, for that. You can go and join the boys for the celebrations. I know it is a proud moment putting up a team on such a short period and getting to the final of the competition. Okay, thank you very much. Kevin, as I told you, he was one of the top performers, scoring in almost every match. And now,
scoring and converting, dangerous on the ball and off the ball. A future prospect, ladies and gentlemen, from Rugby on the Road, Kevin Maiche.
Kevin Maiche bagging that trophy after an impressive run in this tournament. He was one of the top performers, donning jersey 16.
Make his way onto the stage. We'll be awarding the winning side. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Rugby on the Road.
Yes, that big moment. That moment of bagging the Raila Odinga Cup.
All right, we'll be receiving medals. Please, somebody Makidogo. And then I'll hand all sponsorships at Sport Pesa. Sport Pesa, ladies and gentlemen, supporting our local soccer team, Shabana FC. And coming in,
They are receiving those medals.
this year's Raila Odinga Cup.
They'll be receiving that Raila Odinga Cup.
And we hope that this engagement grows in
They receive the medals from Sport Pesa,
better in the future. Jafet Julio, ladies and gentlemen, head of sponsorships.
head of sponsorships, Jafet.
With awarding the winning sign, the medals of this year's Raila Odinga Cup. And of course, Minto 7th Rugby right here in Kisii land.
Indeche receiving 2 medals there,
Trophy,
and will be picking that trophy.
trophy.
And there it is, the moment they have worked for all the weekend. The Rugby on the Road are the Minto 7 champions. And listen to this, just one try conceded in the entire tournament. In a game built of speed, scoring, and they chose discipline, they chose defense, they chose belief. Every tackle hard, every line was held, every restart was contested, and this is not just a win, a defensive masterclass. Rugby on the Road have shut the door on everyone and lifted the trophy here in style, here at Kisii Stadium, and they say Joey Joey, which means Buffalo, a name which was referred to Raila Odinga, who is the premier, as they pose with that Raila Odinga Cup.
Let me see, get into the photo. And of course, Treasurer Dr. Joshua Aroni.
They walk away with this big trophy. They have done it. And now it is all smiles as they pose for that photo. Yes, they are the Minto 7's champions. And they have collected that
The Right Honorable Raila Odinga and the legacy.
Minto 7's title.
It has been a pleasure being in Gusiland these last 2 days. Thank you so much for everyone and everybody who stand out for this, our volunteers and everybody else who worked hard behind the scenes to make sure that we have the games. Asanteni sana to the stadium management and of course Kisii County Government. Asanteni sana for giving us the Kisii Stadium. And of course, thank you so much to the fans, everybody else who came through. It has been a pleasure, and that is the end of the Raila Odinga Cup 2025.
Minto 7's is done. And we wrap it in style. See you next year.